There are games that are technically impressive, there are games that are emotionally resonant, there are games that make you think, and then, very rarely, there are games that somehow do all three simultaneously. It arrives and just steals your attention. Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is one of those games for me. Developed by a comparatively small French studio, Sandfall Interactive, this is a game built with what can only be described as an embarrassing amount of love and craft. The world is one of the most visually distinctive environments I've seen, at least lately. Floating land masses, crumbling monuments, an eclipse or a black hole that sits in the sky like a permanent omen. It's a world that's clearly been lived in, mourned over, and designed by people who care deeply about every angle of every shot. And those shots, the motion capture in this game is seriously exceptional. Characters breathe through their pauses. You watch people think. You watch a man stumble over a sentence he's probably been rehearsing for 4 years, and you can believe every bit of it. That kind of nuance can only come from people who understand that the body tells the truth even when you can't quite get the words out. The soundtrack treats this world with the same seriousness it deserves. Sweeping, mournful, occasionally triumphant in a way that twists the knife when you learn what triumph actually costs here. It creates that pressure behind the sternum, and it really helps the scenes do their work. And the combat, turn-based for those who care about such things, but it leans heavy on the dodging and parrying. Actually, to get through the whole game, you're pretty much required to utilize those actions. It's strategic, demanding, and for me, deeply rewarding. Not everybody's genre, I get that, but this video isn't really about the combat. If you're on the fence about the game itself, you're welcome to stay and watch, but I will say this. If you're even considering playing Expedition 33, stop this video and go play it, because what I'm about to discuss is the whole thing. Not everything, I'm not that good, just the main story, beginning to end, and some ideas we encounter. And this game deserves to be experienced before you try to understand it. The discoveries it makes you feel are the point. If you spoil them for yourself, you rob yourself of something that doesn't come around very often. Anyway, that's your spoiler warning. I'll be letting a lot of scenes play out so they can speak for themselves. This video is for people who've already played it, and for those who decided they never will. Let's begin, shall we? We start off in some version of Paris, but the Eiffel Tower is bent, chunks of earth floating in the air, suggesting gravity has simply given up on certain neighborhoods. Structures that should be vertical have decided they're done with that, and nobody's arguing with them. This is the City of Light, Lumière. And across the water, looming over everything like it was there before the city and will be there long after, is a monolith. Enormous, the number 34 on its face, visible from everywhere in Lumière, if you know where to look. In the sky behind the monolith, there's a never-ending eclipse, or something closer to a black hole, the kind of thing you'd point at and call someone over to see. Here, nobody looks up. They've stopped noticing, which, if you think about it, says a lot about what this city has survived and what it's learned to live inside of. And today, of all days, Lumière is celebrating. Streamers strung from lampposts, flower petals drifting through the air, people gathered at the harbor like the city decided collectively that if this is what existence looks like, they might as well dress it up nicely. There's something admirable, yet devastating, about that, and Lumière seems to have made its peace with that paradox a long time ago. There's a festival tonight. An expedition is leaving tomorrow, Expedition 33. The city is sending off another group of soldiers, or explorers, or heroes, depending on who you ask. Lumière has been sending these expeditions for a while now. The enthusiasm has been, I'll say, variable. That much is clear from the recruitment stand and its very short line of volunteers. What we don't know yet is the other thing, the thing the flowers are for. We'll get there. For now, a man staring at the monolith. He has a mechanical arm. He picks up a rock with his real hand and throws it. It doesn't come close to the monolith as expected, but this fight means something to him. He needs to feel the moment the rock leaves. This is Gustave. Let's get to know him a little.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, You should probably do it before they wither and die.
What, the flower? Or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve. Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's at least 5 tables.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead? If you could hit the Paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow. And soon, I'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Yeah.
You still got a flower to give, no?
Yes. Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her Gommage?
You're asking me? I don't know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
So, Gustave's an engineer. More specifically, he's the engineer behind a device called the Lumina Converter, a piece of technology that, if the theory holds, could change everything about how the expedition functions out in the field. He spent years building and testing it. He also gave up a relationship for it, though calling it giving up might be generous. It's more like he and Sophie looked at what the world required of them and chose different answers, and the distance between those answers became its own kind of wall. Sophie. She's the reason he's been standing up there throwing rocks instead of helping with the, 5 festival tables. She's the reason for the single rose he has. They've been apart for 4 years. For the first time in a while, they'll see each other. He's not sure what to say, which is a problem because he leaves tomorrow, and there won't be another chance to figure it out. Maelle's not exactly sympathetic to his paralysis. She's 16, 17, she's wearing a mime outfit, fitting, and she's been ready to leave the city for most of her life. She stole, or she says borrowed, grapple hooks from the Expedition Academy to set up shortcuts across the rooftops, and judging by how fast she is here, she's apparently incapable of being late for anything. Right now, she's dragging this grown man toward his own feelings. Maelle's his responsibility, sort of. His and his sister Emma's. Maelle is an orphan, but her particular brand of rootlessness runs a little deeper than most. She's bounced between families since she was small. She never quite fit anywhere. She's a person who spent her whole life in a city that doesn't feel like home, probably counting down the years until she could leave. And tomorrow's finally the day. Gustave's letting her come along for the expedition. Right now, she'd really like Gustave to stop throwing rocks and go see Sophie.
The last few days meant everything.
Can we talk?
Gustave. I love you all.
That's for your, if there's room.
There's always room.
You know, I'm
missed you.
sorry that... I
You
missed
don't need to... Okay.
You go.
No, you.
You know how I feel? I wish things had been... You know, I often think... And I'll another path, another future.
Still can't finish your sentences, can you?
Yep, that hasn't changed.
I missed that. I never faulted you for wanting to believe. You're fighting to change things. I understand, just... in a different world, right?
We'll break the cycle, so she can't steal anyone else's future.
Stubborn people change the world, and you are the most stubborn person I know. Thank you. Walk me to the harbor?
Yes.
Sophie is extraordinary. At least that's what every person in Lumière seems to agree on by the time you've spent 20 minutes walking through the city with her. She writes headlines for journalists who can't, she gives direction to sculptors who ask, she talks to everyone like today is the last of many days that were worth being present for. She wears roses around her neck because, well, that's what you wear today. Oh, right. The conversation. She and Gustave are terrible at talking to each other. 4 years of distance and they're still in that awkward phase. They're not bad at communicating, they're actually communicating very clearly. The relationship that ended 4 years ago is present in every pause, in the way they look at each other. She's almost glad he can't say the thing because maybe the fact that he still can't finish that thought means the thing he's trying to say is still exactly as true as it was. Time hasn't managed to resolve it into something smaller. And she's not bitter about the expedition. She's not bitter about any of it. She's 33. She's had 33 good years, and although there's a sense of regret, she's made peace with it. Kind of. The walk through Lumière lets us see the city doing its best, considering what you can only imagine happened to it. Tiffany at the flower stand, too many flowers left and not enough people to buy them. The sculptor who just finished her tribute to a round, enormous creature from folklore, the legendary Esquie, and she can't understand why no one seems to care. A pile of furniture left between buildings for whoever needs them. Kids in gestural costumes talking about whether or not gestrals are real. A man named Maxime, drunk, telling Gustave exactly what he thinks of the expedition. This guy is not doing well. His daughter's at home grieving her mother on the anniversary of her death, and here he is, too broken to be with her. Now that's some very cryptic, yet very specific and very early foreshadowing. Whoa. I'll say this, sometimes grief just makes people drunk and unable to look at the ones they love because the ones they love are the clearest evidence of what they've lost. Anywho, this city is full of people navigating the impossible. I think every conversation here has some sort of second meaning, something that's difficult to pinpoint at first glance. Every goodbye has the gravity of finality baked into it. Lumière has built rituals around this, normalized the pageantry of it, but underneath the streamers and the flower garlands and the 5 festival tables, grief is everywhere, and so is hope. We get to the harbor plaza where the people are gathering. There are performers twirling pink and blue light through the air. There's a man preaching that the Paintress should be worshipped and not fought. There's Maelle, guiding orphan children toward their new placements because she knows exactly what that walk feels like, and would rather be the person who helps them out properly. The harbor stretches toward the Monolith. The eclipse seems to have moved behind the number on the stone. Apparently, the Paintress will awaken soon and the Gommage will start. Let's check it out.
I see your apprentices.
Oh.
Gustave!
What?
Here, Sophie asked us to bring you your coat.
We sewed up the sleeves so you don't have to keep rolling it up.
You guys know how to sew?
Sophie helped us.
Turns out it's not that hard. You really should have done this ages ago.
You did this.
Gentlemen, that was supposed to be between us, yeah? I wanted to do something for you.
Soph. Thanks, guys. This is great. Thank you.
See you at the festival?
Don't leave without saying goodbye.
Yeah, of course not. What? I know that face.
You mean a lot to them. I can tell.
Yeah, they mean a lot to me too. Legacy can take many forms, right?
Yeah,
You told me that.
right.
Why?
I wanted to see you wearing it.
Oh, you like uniforms now?
This too is your legacy.
In a way. It's yours too.
Esti tonere marina, esti linaki soledad, tona lora tovla, alina. Esta surano taki le
I'm here.
I know.
Nothing I say here will do what that scene does. If you didn't feel something ancient and helpless shift in your chest, if you weren't wrecked by this, then this game probably isn't for you. And if you were, welcome, you're in good company. But now we know what the flowers are for. The Gommage is the mechanism by which Lumière loses its people. Every year, that Paintress wipes the current number from the stone and paints a new one less than before. And everyone who has reached that age dissolves. One moment they're there, holding hands, watching the stone, and then poof, they become red flower petals rising into the air, and the hands holding theirs are suddenly holding nothing. Lumière began numbering their years based on the number on the monolith, and started at 100, the year the fracture happened, which is when the world broke and Lumière found itself separated from the continent. And it's at 33 now. Anyone 33 or older is now gone, which means the population of the city gets younger every year, and the people who remain just know that they'll become flowers eventually. Sophie was 33. She had her whole life to prepare. She said she was fine. I think she really believed it too. But weird things happen when the moment arrives.
There you are. You can't hide from us, you know. Like I said, mourning's best done with friends.
Lucien,
What? It is. Grieving alone's the worst.
where's mine?
Santé, les amis.
Santé!
Yeah, could use a drink.
Five tables this year. You see that? Told you we'd beat the 34s. Even Maelle showed up, and she hates these things. Wanna go take a look?
I don't... maybe later. I'll catch up. I'm okay. I'm okay. You go.
Yeah. Time for a refill anyway.
There's an excess of wine, again. Thank your sister for her generosity.
Oh, and try to enjoy yourself. Don't drink alone, you weirdo.
Yeah, right. Enjoy myself.
That night, the festival, for the expeditioners leaving tomorrow, the ones who volunteer to spend their final year of life sailing toward the monolith and whatever's waiting across the water. We got the 5 goddamn tables, wine, Lucien, who's prepared to live and prepared to die in roughly equal measure, Catherine, who ended a relationship to focus on the mission, Lune, who's more like next to the festival. She's busy running calculations because she triangulated the first expedition's landing site, and there's variables to verify, and the concept of a work-life balance has never really occurred to her. But why the first expedition, you say? Well, reportedly, it was the only expedition that had survivors return to Lumière. What else? Oh yeah, there's 3 kids who give Gustave a journal for his field notes, because they want the full record when, how do I say this? When he comes back. Gustave walks through the festival like he's practicing being okay. He's processing Sophie. He lets Sciel make a toast. He lets Lucien be an idiot about the wine. He talks to Commander Allen, who says in so many words that they all know exactly what's on their shoulders and they're going anyway, and that's the job.
Tomorrow comes, my friend.
Doesn't it always?
Maelle seems more ready to leave than he is, but they duel. She calls him an old man and pretends she let him win. Emma arrives, Gustave's sister, chief counselor of Lumière, the person holding the city together with administrative competence, and probably some suppressed terror about what tomorrow means for her brother. She tells him this is a fool's quest. He tells her she's doing great work, but he can't not go. Somehow, they're both right. Also, Emma has a speech for the city, mostly prepared by Gustave, but let's listen in.
Expeditioners, the Sword of Lumière. We honor your dedication. We do not take for granted that you dedicate your final year of life to keeping hope alive for all of Lumière. Some of you are leaving to change the world, others to discover the secrets of our universe. Some to protect loved ones, others to find meaning in our all-too-short lives. As you sail into the unknown, know that Lumière stands with you. When you battle the Paintress, know that Lumière fights with you. Let the stones of her monolith crumble. Let her body lie at the end of the world. Unable to paint another death, let the stars no longer be hidden by her oppressive silhouette. Let the world once again watch the sun rise without the shadow of her cursed figure. May the wind of renewal take you to the ends of the earth. Tomorrow comes. Thanks to you. Expedition 33.
That cut to black is everything. Abrupt. The hope contained in the speech, the momentum, the image of the boat sailing toward the monolith, all of it severed.
How did you survive the Gommage? Which expedition are you from?
Fall back!
He's not following. Putain! What the fuck? Who the fuck was that?
Merde! What do we do now?
Regroup at the rally point. The Indigo Tree.
It's over fast. That's the thing about catastrophe, how fast it goes. Think about what he just lost. Actually think about it. He spent years building toward this expedition. He sacrificed a relationship because the thing he wanted was to be the person who changed the world, and that required everything he had. He watched Sophie dissolve last night. He felt her hands disappear. He got on a boat the next morning and landed on a continent that killed his entire team in less than a few minutes. He watched Maelle go down before getting pulled away, and eventually, everything went dark. He wakes up alone. No team, no Maelle, and if he's honest with himself, no real reason to keep going. And yet, he's walking. What this game understands, and what most games flinch from, is that survival without a reason to survive is not a stable state. His body's even telling him to stop, but right now, there's this tiny space around the edge called uncertainty, and it's letting in just enough light to find a little bit of hope to not stop. Stopping would require accepting the version of the situation that his mind isn't quite willing to fully look at. Spring Meadows is beautiful, which is almost offensive given everything. Rocky green hills, sunlight through the trees, remnants of things either ancient or completely out of place. He finds dead expeditioners turned to stone, arrested exactly at the moment of their deaths like some kind of terrible memorial. That's not a good sign. You can feel that sliver of light fading, dissipating hope. And then, he enters the cave.
You do that, we both die. Hey. Fucking hell. Wake up, Gustave.
Lune. The others.
I know. We're the only ones left. You don't get to die.
It's just a matter of time before we're already dead. Look around, look.
This is not a foregone conclusion. When one falls, we continue. Get up. We need to find a safer place. There are Nevrons around.
Lucien.
This is not the place. The Lumina converter seems intact. It's about time we test it in real conditions.
Honestly, I had to hold my breath there. And then, just her voice is enough to make him open his eyes. He knows what she saw, and he's ashamed he went there. And Lune's blunt about it too. She gets in his face and says what needs to be said. Comfort isn't the tool this moment requires, and she knows it. One choice, 2 deaths, get up. And then she gives him a task, because a task is a reason to keep existing. And right now, any dosage of that is enough. So we fight this Nevron, which is an interesting word to use for the general term for enemies, and we test out Gustave's invention. Sure enough, it works. Pieces are starting to come together. It's not enough to fix what happened on the beach or wherever Gustave was about to go, but it's a direction. 1 foot in front of the other. That's the whole plan right now. On our way to the Indigo Tree, the game continues to tell us to drop our expectations. Like, this building? Why? How? And then we find another survivor.
Leo!
And then, yeah, we have to fight that thing. But once we finish that, we're at the Indigo Tree.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Yeah. Putain, nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took Maelle to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Clea.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Maelle. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maelle. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
I love this tension between having to choose between two things that are both correct. Lune's argument is sound. Messages are supposed to be signed, this one's not. It could be a trap. Protocol exists for situations just like this. Gustave's argument is also sound. It's Maelle. Lune's put in the position to choose which protocol to break. She chooses to follow, and we head up north toward those weird corals. They make camp along the way.
I'm sorry about earlier. The beach was not your fault.
No, it was. I convinced Alan to land there.
So, we can rest a bit? But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Maelle alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the two of us, and I don't want to bring Maelle your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face. He must be, what, 50, 60? Yet he survived the Gommage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly. He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message.
Lucien died to save me. And Tristan, Margot, they all... I am not letting Maelle die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No. We have a mission.
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the Paintress, just the three of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if. When. We knew not all of us would make it. But we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight. It's just Maelle.
Maelle swore the same oath.
I know that.
She chose her life. You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumière is more important than
any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that? Do you?
I hope I do.
Fuck the mission. Really?
Sorry.
Two people talking each other back into the mission by barely holding themselves together. The first real stop, the first real conversation since the beach. It's a tense one. And it's the kind where there's not exactly much, if anything, to hide behind. Fuck the mission. He means it when he says it. He took it back, sort of. Just enough for Lune to keep going. The weird corals, aka flying waters, is exactly what it sounds like, which is to say it sounds insane and looks more insane in practice. Here, you walk along the seabed of some ocean, sea creatures swimming in the air, an anchor still chained and holding down the wreckage of a ship. Above us? Apparently, Expedition 68 got caught in a storm, blown off course, lost their way, and ended up here, which, yeah, fair. Look at this place, though. Where were we going again? Right. We find the hut, we find the door inside the hut, and this door has no business being here. It's something you'd find at the entrance to something much larger than a hut on a seabed. Yeah, it's surreal, and the game isn't even close to done with that. You're gonna have to roll with it. These doors teleport us to, well, a manor. And this manor doesn't make a lot of sense, yet. For now, it's a hidden place full of locked doors and paintings, seemingly of this world. Landscapes we've seen. Here's one with the monolith with the current number on it. That's weird. We do, however, find one open room.
Maelle?
Gustave? Are you real? Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you and
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With him. He's been helping me a lot. He reinforced all my pictos.
Well, that's awesome. So, she's alive. She woke up here. She doesn't know how she got here. She's been accompanied since she's arrived by a tall, faceless figure who doesn't speak and has spent the time reinforcing her combat abilities. Lune studies the chroma around him and notes it's different from anything she's seen. He doesn't fit any category they have. He's not hostile. He's not anything. They end up calling him the Curator, which... fitting. For now, he shows up at camp, lurking in a dark cave. Nobody invited him. Nobody asked him to leave either, because it turns out he can upgrade weapons and help us use more Pictos abilities. And beggars on a continent full of Nevrons can't exactly afford to be choosers, so for now, he is what he appears to be. A strange, faceless entity that seems to have attached itself to Maelle specifically, keeps showing up uninvited and is very good at making things hit harder. Let's get out of the mansion and back into flying waters.
We should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the Indigo Tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where...
Is that a gestural?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Noco's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Noco will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
So the tales are true. Perhaps the grandest in the Esquie exist too. Are there more gestrals like you? I'd love to meet them.
Noco, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. Don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the Paintress.
The Paintress? Oh, we're gonna cruise to the marina. Go slow. I don't know, Gariba.
There's another sea between here and the Paintress.
Noco, as the best gestural merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah? Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Broomhead. Bello, corgra tu veraggio. Tengo 1950. Arboroso bello, come say.
Well, I guess you'll get to meet more gestrals.
So, Noco has a solution for crossing the sea that involves a village, somebody named Golgra, and this world isn't offering any straightforward options, and so we head toward the village. Leaving Flying Waters leads us to the first of many of Maelle's confusing nightmares and cryptic visions. This one makes no sense at all. Something about a battle and fire and people we haven't met, and Maelle screaming at the Paintress. It feels prophetic, and I'm not really going to tap into this one. I've either missed something in my playthrough, or it's something found in post-game world exploration. But we also get a nice moment between Gustave and Maelle.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here is not like death in Lumière, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've have a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not. And now we've finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gommage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumière complacent and accepting, but... The Gommage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him, you run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right. There was a time when 30 was young, you know.
Sure.
You can really feel it. Gustave is in a much better mental space. I also love the teasing about Gustave being an old man. In a lot of JRPGs, your protagonist is generally a teenager who somehow becomes the savior of the world. Sure, it bugs me, but I roll with it. I mean, they still make good games with turn-based combat, But, you know, sometimes it's just awkward and downright wrong playing these teenagers. Anyways, the important part from this scene is the promise. White-haired man, run.
Got it memorized?
Moving on to Ancient Sanctuary. It's beautiful. Red trees and grass with a pinch of white flowers. It also contains a faceless boy standing at the edge of a cliff who speaks in... The best way I can describe this is hollow tunnel sounds. But he remembers vaguely that people used to pass through here. Everyone used to pass through here. A place of joy, though he can't remember names. Everything is washing away. We also meet another Gestrel after fighting this weird giant sackboy thing called a Sakapatat.
Don't worry. We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
Kapatate. Oh, de noko te kepate. Oh, hati noko ke parka de be sakapatate.
If you guide us to your village...
Lero maricor. Okay, dil. Pero kare mi bo sakapatat. Ni sugama bi de virageo.
Guide us to your village and maybe he'll make you something better.
Wait, what are you...
Cheri sakakipo?
Trust me. I hate liars.
Okay, dil. Kama vive, leko gami sakapatat. I gomi haro putu.
You're better with Gestrels than humans.
They're less complicated.
Keratom basically leads us toward the village, and sure enough, the Gestrel village is real. Lumière folklore describes Gestrels as fierce, bristle-haired creatures who live on the continent, love to fight, and are either mythological or just very far away. The folklore is underselling it. The Gestrel village is a full civilization. There's a chief's house, a bazaar, a theater, a casino, built entirely by one Gestrel who's offended that nobody appreciates the elegance of his vision, and an arena with its own legendary champions, its own fan rivalries, and its own registration process for tournaments. Gestrels are born, fight, die, and are reborn at something called the Sacred River, after which they are new again, but still recognizably themselves, which raises interesting questions about identity and continuity that the Gestrels themselves don't appear to have spent any time thinking about because they're too busy training. Just about every Gestrel we encounter in the village is up for a fight. A Gestrel at the entrance warns that causing trouble will result in getting beaten up. Another informs Lune that she has lovely bristles, is in the process of losing its bristles from pre-arena nerves, and would like some solidarity on the matter. There's a Gestrel who will only trade with worthy warriors, a Gestrel who considers pain a life philosophy, and 3 Gestrel children in the middle of bullying a tall Gestrel who appears to welcome it. And Sakapatats are their engineering projects. The concept is a wooden and burlap colossus so invincible it defeats all enemies on first contact. The execution is a wooden and burlap colossus we've taken down multiple times by now. The Gestrels consider this impressive rather than embarrassing. Golgora is the chef, the leader, the most respected fighter among creatures for whom fighting is the primary form of respect. She's been running this village for a very long time and finds most things slightly beneath her effort. But we managed to surprise her by defeating the ultimate Sakapatat. She respects that. She'll help us cross the sea in exchange for one thing: the tournament. The legendary champions are old, she says. It should be easy. She also mentions a stranger, and that's when we have a chance to explore the village before we register for the tournament. But when we finally follow through with the tournament, 3 legendary champions fall. The 4th fight is against the stranger, whoever that is, and the Gestrel announcer is super excited for this one.
Wait, that's...
Sciel?
What? How? You guys? You're alive! I thought I was the only one left.
I knew you were resourceful.
How did you get here?
umano, sarà chi pottura, chi massano, chi mano faito, rona faito che no be.
They're expecting a bit of a show. Shall we?
Great news, Sciel, alive, here, the reigning champion of the Gestural Arena, apparently. But we still gotta give them a show, so we do that. Afterwards, we do get a chance to talk.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad.
Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestural who guided me here. What about you?
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back to Golgra.
Right, we need Esquie next. The password is "get out of my way," delivered as loud as possible to a Gestural named Soniso. Okay then, so we leave and make camp before reaching Esquie's nest. We get a couple scenes here. One gives Gustave and Sciel an actual chance to talk since the Gestural village. Nothing too important, just some lighthearted reminiscing. But we also get a scene that shows how excited the team is about the legendary creatures being real. Who wouldn't be excited, right?
I can't believe it. We're gonna meet the Esquie.
The Gestrals and Esquie. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
Alicia, I told you to stay home. It's not good for you to see this. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it, but you can't be here.
What are you talking about? What's my fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace. This is your only warning.
I can't wait to see...
Maelle? Hey. Hey.
It's him. I saw him. The white-haired man and this woman.
What did you see?
Talking about?
Maelle, breathe. Slow down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault. And that I'm gonna make things worse for everyone. You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman.
No, maybe later.
She had a mask, and...
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Lune, ask her tomorrow. Hey, breathe. you're safe. Do you understand? Okay? It's over.
I like how they have to get Lune to back down. Maelle's clearly in a panic. This isn't like Gustave in the cave, but okay, so we have a masked girl named Alicia, and something is apparently Maelle's fault. By this point, I've given up trying to predict what anything means. Let's go use that password.
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can. Well, Gustave, you're the loudest.
Really? Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Get out of my way!
Jeez,
No, it's just it's the password.
Pico femicola, gor granda bari bombino, passwordito, gomiku rapito sava.
Look, I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on, it's a gestural. He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
I'm sorry.
Gustave really doesn't like offending people. It's also funny because, as the player, we realize that the whole adventure through Ancient Sanctuary into the Gestural Village, fighting our way through the tournament to get a password that was probably just made up in the first place, all of that probably could have been avoided if we just yelled at the Gestural blocking Esquie's nest. Hilarious. Anyways, Esquie's nest is a cavern system with green and purple lanterns hanging everywhere. Apparently, Esquie feeds on light. Let's meet Esquie.
No Esquie.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Hey, bonjour mon ami.
Sciel?
Odd, I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me?
In the stories, they say Esquie likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory.
Who's Flory?
One of my rocks.
Rocks?
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. The one whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh, no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh.
Francois is my neighbor.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis. Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
How? I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
Okay.
Esquie is one of the more difficult characters in this story to describe accurately. He's enormous, larger than any non-hostile thing we've encountered so far. He seems ancient in a way that implies centuries rather than decades. He appears to be made of something soft and round. He flies around and seems very delighted to have company. He's also possibly the most powerful creature on the continent.
Oh no! Too much effort!
So, wait. Esquie is that powerful?
Apparently so. But also lazy.
All right, let's go.
What a weird creature.
Lazy and maybe also clumsy? Expedition 66's journal, found on the way out of Esquie's nest, describes a previous attempt to befriend Esquie that ended badly.
Damn you, Esquie, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh.
The thing about Esquie and his rocks, that's hilarious. The most powerful creature in the world, and these rocks that give power are mysteriously lost. This is apparently a recurring theme in Esquie's life, and not a cause for distress because each time the stones are lost, someone has to go find them, and finding them usually involves an adventure, and Esquie loves adventures. So he makes us confront his arch-nemesis, Francois, about a rock, and we bring it back to Esquie.
You got Flory. That's not Flory.
What do you mean that's not Flory?
Ha! I never had Flory. Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs.
He got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Flory, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Flory? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks?
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. Ooh, I'll meet you outside.
Yeah, definitely clumsy. So we head towards Stone Wave Cliffs and set up camp before heading in. Gustave and Maelle throw rocks for a while, having a conversation that mainly reinforces their relationship. Things seem good here. We can also chat with Esquie at camp now.
Your best friend is human? I thought Francois was your best friend.
Yes.
And then we get another one of those nightmares? That is one of the most ominous and cryptic things I've heard in a while. specifically when she's sleeping because she's not yet equipped to hear it. Those who know not that they are not. Gives me shivers. Every time. Holy shit. Anyways, stone wave cliffs, rocky paths carved into cliff faces, the wreck of a giant Ferris wheel below. Expedition 50, Gustave says. They had a plan involving a wheel. Now, imagine that rolling through the water. Further along, more dead expeditioners, shrine statues of the Paintress, built by someone who decided worship was a more manageable response than resistance, another young boy at a cliff edge saying things about someone who used to come here and stopped. We have Esquie flying around somewhere, the pursuit of Flory. Gustave seems to find this adventure both touching and slightly exhausting.
Get rid of him. The rock should be nearby.
A grotesque thing made of a cluster of arms with lanterns and a lamppost used as a staff, living in the caves of the cliffs. It uses light as a weapon, which is thematically consistent if nothing else. Two phases. The first one demands you balance clearing its summoned lamps against actually doing damage. The second is essentially Simon Says, shoot the lamps in the order they light up, or absorb an attack size for the crime of getting it wrong. When it falls, the stone is there. Sciel finds it. Esquie absorbs it with the joy of a reunion you didn't know you were watching. Let's talk about Gustave for a moment. The guy who invented the Lumina converter. Wouldn't be here without it, probably. This whole part of the game was for him. The game so far spent its entire time building Gustave out of dialogue that doesn't talk to you directly. His relationships, his history with Sophie, his complicated guilt, his stubbornness, his invention, his dynamic with Maelle and Lune and Sciel. It spent the prologue establishing him as the reason we're here, and then, after destroying everything he had at the beach massacre, the game somehow completely rebuilt Gustave's will to live. He sat in a cave with a pistol, and Lune talked him back. He screamed, "Fuck the mission," and Lune gave him the oath, and he found something to stand on again, barely. He reconnected with Maelle, found Sciel, threw rocks at the Monolith, made a promise about running if he ever saw white hair. Hope has been reconstructed. The Monolith actually feels achievable.
Is it really dead?
Looks like it.
Is this it?
Flory. All right. Ready to sail like a snail. Just jump, mes amis. It's not that high.
We can finally cross the sea. You don't happen to have some wine stashed away, do you?
Wine?
Hey. You can do this.
I hate water.
She doesn't seem that far now. Does she?
Yeah. Wanna throw one more rock?
The others are waiting, but...
You might reach her.
Okay. Ooh, what about that one?
The man with the cane was following us. He was there on the beach. He killed Alan in a single motion. He's been somewhere behind us the whole time, and we didn't know. And he was waiting for the right moment, and the right moment turned out to be a rocky ledge at the edge of Stone Wave Cliffs when Gustave was looking for a rock to throw.
Does it really matter?
Well, you know, like I always say, it's not about the rock. It's more about the...
Gustave.
Run.
Please run.
Why are you doing this?
Something's going on up there.
Esquie, get us up there!
Those who come after. Right?
No. You promised! No.
You won't yet understand. But this is a kindness, not a cruelty.
You let her come. You know she's too weak for this. How could you let her take such a risk?
You only stay home. I told you not to worry. But since you're here now, just stay put.
What are you saying? You must go home, now. This does not involve you.
When this is over, we'll go home together.
No!
This won't make sense to you now. But we both want what's best for our families. I'm sorry you're caught in the middle, but I did try to warn you. It's been a while. Stay out of this. You chose to walk away. You don't get to come back now and interfere.
You've lived more than a lifetime. It's time to let her go.
A lifetime. A lifetime with my family torn apart. No. I want my family back.
It's not your family. But she is.
You would use her.
She chose to come. I didn't make the rules between you two. Hey. You all right? It's okay. I'll handle things here. Get back to your friends. Go.
So that's it. You've set us down this path. But are you ready for the consequences?
She'll never paint again. That's a heavy question.
For those who come after. Right?
He's asking Maelle to confirm that this means something. He's asking her to carry the thing he carried from Lumière, the belief that individual lives are worth spending for the future of Lumière. Because right now, he's pretty sure he's done, and he needs to put that belief somewhere before he goes. Oof, man. How did they pull this off?
last time we sat together like this?
In Lumière, mourning our parents.
Seems like every time we're together, it's to grieve. I wish we could have spent more time in less hopeless contexts.
The plan doesn't change. We aim for the Monolith. We keep heading north. With Esquie's help, we can make it. But we lost the Lumina converter, so...
It's okay, we can think about that later.
All the backups were destroyed by that man, but Expedition 32 will bring more. Their chances will be better. We need to prepare them. I should update our journals.
Hey. It's okay. Tomorrow will still come.
Sciel.
This seemed important. If you want to reach the Monolith, the best path is through the quarry up north.
Who are you?
And where did you get that expedition uniform?
Strange way to say thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't save your friend. I'm wearing an expedition uniform because I, too, am an expeditioner.
What? What do you mean you're an...
I've never seen you before.
First expedition. Expedition 0.
Expedition 0? But how are you alive and not...
Old? I don't know exactly, but some of us stopped aging and were not affected by the Gommage.
Some of you? Like the man on the cliff?
Renoir. Our commander.
Why? Why did he massacre our team?
How could he turn on his own people?
He believes his immortality is a gift from the Paintress. Killing her would kill him too, and he enjoys living forever.
And you don't?
Burying everyone you know while you live on can weigh you down a bit. I couldn't help your friend, but perhaps I can help you.
You want to join us?
If you don't mind the company, yes.
So, if I want to kill Renoir, I have to kill the Paintress first. What's your name?
Verso.
I'll be honest with you. When Verso showed up, I wasn't sure about him. Replacing the character we've been playing since Lumière felt really uncomfortable. The game had spent plenty of time making me care about Gustave, and then the floor dropped down. And here was this stranger with probably a century of missing context, and I was supposed to just follow him. The hesitation was real. I think it was supposed to be. Verso is very good at saying things that sound like answers while actually giving no information at all. When asked why he was helping them, vague. When asked what he knew about Renoir, selective. And the conversation ends having revealed almost nothing, which is pretty impressive. What he did provide, the path forward runs through the quarry to the north. That's a start, I guess. What he didn't provide, well, we'll get there, don't worry. At camp, there's a coded exchange between Verso and Esquie, something about a promise and you know what. What we can see, these two have a deep history. what we can't see, why Verso is here, why now, what the promise is, and what you know what means. Just take note of it for now.
I'm really sorry it didn't arrive sooner. He was your brother?
Something like that.
Losing family is difficult.
I know. I know what you're going to say. You want to offer your condolences. You want to say something comforting. But I don't need it. I've had enough condolences. I've lost so many families now. I just need... Can you please go?
So the path through the quarry north across the water turned out to be the Forgotten Battlefield, which is exactly what it sounds like. The shore is stained red, abandoned ships and shipwrecks line the coast, and giant swords and staves jut from the ground at angles that suggest they were planted here by things much larger than people, and bodies of expeditioners are everywhere.
You'll get used to them. We're going to see a lot more.
If we hurry, we can cross before nightfall.
Wait. Could we bury Gustave?
I wish we could, but protocol is to keep moving. Gustave would understand.
We can look for a suitable place along the way, yeah? We'll find a nice spot.
Actually, there is a place. Past the quarry, out of sight of the Paintress. A tranquil haven, protected by magnificent trees. I think you'll approve.
Lead the way.
There's something in that choice to be smaller than her when he tells her about the place. That does a lot of work, psychologically. They continue through the Forgotten Battlefield. It's one of the bleaker places on the continent. Ruins of buildings among piles of dead expeditioners, trenches. A bridge collapses under a Nevron attack. They fight through it, they find the other side, and eventually a red tree in a beam of sunlight.
wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustave.
I'll finish what you started. The Paintress, Renoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
I'll save them, Gustave. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us.
You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Sophie for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
Poor Maelle, man. As far as she knew, she was saying goodbye to the closest person she'd ever been able to call family. And then, Esquie just standing there made me laugh a little. From here, we head north. There's a plan. Take down the Paintress's heart to take down a barrier that protects the Paintress. Okay, but we need extra firepower. Somebody Verso knows at a station in the mountains. The plan is enough to keep moving, which is all we need in the aftermath of a funeral. The path up to Monoco station is snowy. Derailed trains, twisted tracks, and then there it is, the station.
If Monoco's not here, that means... slow as ever, mon vieux.
Your reflexes remain sharp as ever. I approve. Esquie, did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
We had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gestural.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Monoco down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Monoco's fighting style is a bit peculiar.
I wasn't sure about Monoco in the first few seconds of meeting him. He's larger than other gestrals, deep voice, speaks our language, and then he spun his weapon and the bell connected with his own skull, and he finished his sentence, and that was that. He felt like a pet you want to keep around. And you can feel the camaraderie between Verso and Monoco. Battle-wise, Monoco ended up being my tank towards the end of the game. After a little duel, Monoco runs in warning of Nevrons approaching.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Monoco decides to take a seat while we fight a Stillact. He's a gestral, so naturally he's impressed when we finish it off.
You found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
I just need the foot. Aha!
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
Now that we've had some good battles to warm the spirits, To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumière.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Then you know what that means. This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then.
Good.
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 Yes, good.
Noco's coming too.
Oh, you are?
L'homme mercanto al dormir. C'est mon retour, trésorier. Voici le meilleur mercanteur du monde.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to Old Lumière.
Before Old Lumière, we can meet the creatures that occupy the station. The Grandis. Ogre-like masked stone creatures, and they have this vibe of ancient exhaustion. Before the fracture, they had 3 great tribes, but when they were overrun by Nevrons, they retreated here. Fighting doesn't seem to run in their blood. They settle disputes with debate. One remembered a bout that lasted 96 hours. Jeez. Now, decades after the fracture, here's what's left of them. Sheltering at a train station in a mountain range, ringing bells to keep Nevrons away. Not 100% effective because some Nevrons don't have ears. Give them a few more decades and they might figure out a solution for that. Alright, so the group travels to Old Lumière, a part of the original city. The place is a ruin of familiar architecture and Nevrons.
We'll need a way forward.
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Monoco.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Monoco! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumière, right?
Right. Okay, Monoco, stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Poor Monoco. He just wanted to show off, and now the party is split. Lune, Sciel, and Monoco navigated the wreckage and found Expedition 58's journal. This journal contained information about Verso, specifically information Verso had not shared.
Doesn't that look like one of Esquie's stones?
Oh, yeah.
Let's bring him a gift. I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the Paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful. Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Monoco, how did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
You mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
How many? What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so. They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting. Verso is... Is this true?
Maelle's with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
Meanwhile, Verso and Maelle navigate a different part of the city. At some point, Verso decides to disappear. Monoco describes it as Verso always ditching them, which suggests it's not a new behavior, so Maelle and Monoco continue without him. Eventually, they find a manor that feels strangely familiar to Maelle.
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Really, Verso? This was your plan? Must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us? Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this for yourself.
Of course. It's easier for you to think that, isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
Verso, move. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
You haven't told her the truth. Have you, son?
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
It's difficult to pinpoint how to feel about Renoir at this point. He's killed off most of the expedition, he's clearly the villain. But when he speaks, he's not saying anything particularly evil. But there it is, Verso is Renoir's son. Finally, a puzzle piece where Verso's dynamic shifts with one word, and it creates a plethora of additional mysteries. Why are they fighting against each other? Renoir wants his family back together, and that includes Verso. That also makes Alicia, the masked girl, his sister. And if that's true, does that make the faceless woman the mother? Well, for now, we have to fight Renoir.
Everyone all right? Monoco?
Monoco's broken.
You accept who you are!
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
Where did it go? No. Alicia.
Fuck!
Back at camp, Verso confirmed the reveal. He framed his silence as privacy and pain, while Lune framed it as lying by omission. Both of them are right, and neither of them are backing down, so Sciel steps in to put the debate aside. The fight with Renoir went poorly in the sense that Monoco got critically injured. Mortally, in fact.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels reincarnate. Is that true? Can you bring Monoco back?
Partially. We can bring Noco back to life. But not all of Noco will return. It will be a different Noco. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught.
With the manor gone, Verso's plan is destroyed. It held the Paintress's heart. Lune turned to a potential solution found in 58's journal, the Curator, the faceless entity who's been hanging around our camp since we found Maelle, and who apparently had the ability to forge a barrier-breaking weapon if someone could bring it enough pure chroma or axon hearts. Verso's not enthusiastic about this plan. He explained that axons are enormous creatures near the Monolith who are much, much more dangerous than Nevrons, and that he, a person who can't die, had never managed to defeat one. Lune pointed out that there was a dead axon in Old Lumière, so clearly it was possible something killed it. So they debate over which axon to attack first. There's 3 of them living in places around the Monolith. One lives on a mountain too high to reach, so that leaves 2. Luckily, they only need 2 hearts. I decided to go for, how do you say it? I think they said Visage? Yeah, I went for that first. An island made of faces, songs that crawl under your skin, and a creature whose full title is He Who Guards Truth with Lies. At the central plaza, a mask descended from a converging mass of floating faces, gestured toward a lit path, and departed. We meet the Mask Keeper, a tall humanoid creature made entirely of masks who introduces himself as harmless. He invites us to Visage's chamber and mentions that we were also free to take the side paths. I took him up on the offer. The island has 3 optional paths: joy, sadness, and anger. Each led to a mask that can be broken. Each mask corresponds to an emotion, a piece of the axon, and the uncomfortable feeling that this creature was built to represent someone specific. Back at the plaza, the path to the axon's chamber lit up. What waited at the end was enormous. When Sciel picked up a mask that had appeared on the ground and threw it at the giant creature, it reacted. The masks on the island began spinning. The battle with Visage started. When Visage fell, everyone relaxed.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
This was the real thing, a creature who was pushing us towards some sort of destruction while making conversation about the nature of masks. Sciel was the one who ended it.
We did it.
No, wait.
We all need masks.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
That was Verso, wasn't it? Renoir.
A couple of notes I took down here. I like how the masks just seem to bounce off Monoco. Also, Verso's comment at the end there is a good note to hold on to.
That was Verso, wasn't it? Renoir.
So they are creations to represent Verso? Moving on to Sirene or Sirene? I'm really bad at this French thing. Sirene's island was like a Roman Colosseum the size of a small country, filled with gravity-defying cloth walkways, levitating discs, dancer creatures, and at the center of it all,
Is she the Axon?
Sirene, she who plays with wonder.
It's so...
Lune? What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
the warning was given. Don't look at her for too long or you'll lose your mind. Expedition 67 left a journal note confirming that this had in fact happened to them. They stopped and enjoyed the melody. Their expedition ended there. The path through the Colosseum had several stages. Most notable to me was the Tissure, a creature tirelessly operating a giant sewing contraption, presumably crafting the floating fabric that decorates the place. When I killed it, not gonna lie, it felt slightly mean considering it was just doing its job and didn't seem interested in us at all. Before the big fight, visions, each party member looking at Sirene saw something. Lune saw her parents, Sciel saw her husband holding a child. Interesting. Maelle saw Gustave, Monoco saw Noco. Notably, Verso was the only one who saw nothing. The battle ensues and we eventually defeat Sirene. at camp, the curator took the fabric from Maelle, the world briefly went monochrome, Maelle saw the masked girl again, who transformed into the faceless woman-shaped curator figure we saw at the manor in Old Lumière. The vision doesn't last long, and the curator still forged the barrier breaker from the Axon Hearts. The night before the barrier, the group sat around the fire with Verso's wine, which Sciel and Esquie colluded to liberate from wherever Verso had hidden it inside Esquie.
I'm sorry, Verso. She promised me sweet rocks.
Maelle settles for apple juice. Verso decides to step away from this preemptive celebration.
Embrace her. Yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you?
May everything be decided before their very eyes. Between the bars of their prison. In the shadow of the monolith.
In the shadow of the monolith.
Let's see, what were my notes here? What fuck is going on? How are they still speaking in metaphors that don't make sense? Yeah, I don't have much else to add to that. Let's just move on. The group sailed to the monolith barrier on Esquie. Lune found the invisible wall with the sword's tip and handed it to Maelle. Maelle hesitated, but on the third attempt she committed fully and drove the blade into the barrier, collapsing it. They made landfall. The group paused at the shore to take in how far they had come.
We can do this. For Gustave.
For all of them.
The path to the monolith was lined on both sides with lit candles. Whether this was ambient atmosphere or someone else's idea of a welcome mat remains unclear. The Paintress is enormous. She just sat there though, arms around her knees, head down, weeping, and she didn't react when the group attacked her. Not once.
Ugh! Our attacks do nothing!
I don't understand. The gradient attack should work. Wait, Maelle.
I don't think this is...
No.
Everybody okay?
Follow her, quickly.
What?
This might be our only chance.
Yeah. Okay.
Inside the monolith, the world is a broken mirror of everywhere we've been. Tainted meadows, tainted waters, tainted sanctuary, tainted battlefield. Versions of every place on the continent, slightly off in ways that are hard to name exactly. Monochrome visions break through at intervals. A woman at a canvas, a woman and children painting, a couple on a bench apparently fighting, two women arguing, a woman and a boy at a piano. Maelle realized what these were. She could read the chroma here. These were someone's memories. A young boy at a train station says his mother bought him a new train. He takes us to Lumière, or the version of Lumière that exists here. Eventually, we reach a field of golden flowers.
We're taking her down.
She's not the only one who grieves. The pain of losing you, she made me inherit it. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered. I refuse to lose my son.
That son was a stranger.
But you're not. You're not.
You lost me years ago, and I lost you.
So you leave us no choice. Tell me, how are you different from her in doing this?
I'm tired.
So trust me. We are your family.
Family is complicated.
If saving you means losing you, then so be it.
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
The fight was two phases. The first was familiar. The second added a dark lion-like creature that fully healed Renoir and attacked alongside him. When it was finally over, he went down.
Remember who your real family is. It's not her. It's your sister, your mother, me. We are your family. He would condemn us all to die for what? Who do you really save with your sacrifice?
Your sister and your mother?
You're too drunk on your own illusions to understand.
Then let us celebrate the second destruction of the Dessendre family! At long last, we meet. This is all you have left of your son. Destroying it won't bring your wife back. It will only destroy the last tie you have to each other.
Gustave.
Hey. How did you do that?
Not sure. The curator felt it.
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can.
What did Renoir mean? The things he said to the curator?
I'm not sure.
She's through there.
Yeah. Behind this door is the future of Lumière. What every expedition has worked towards. I have trust in us.
The way forward is open, the Paintress at last. An actual outdoor summit, open sky, the eclipse in the distance. Standing at the ledge with her back to us, facing the eclipse, was the faceless woman.
That's her. The Paintress.
She looks like the curator.
Renoir. He mentioned the curator's wife. She's the Paintress.
You've come back?
Alors tranchons la trame des coups.
But the fire. Are you really here? Or is he?
Je t'en prie, fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse.
Oh, is he playing tricks again? Alicia.
Alicia.
Your face.
My face? What about my face? Are you going to burn it again?
Alicia's your daughter.
And Maelle reminds you of her. The daughter you lost.
Come along. Let's go home.
Yes. You need to go home.
This is another trick. She's not Alicia. You are not my Verso.
Verso's dead.
No. You are his creations, not mine. You will not take canvas from me.
This is what we created the expeditions for.
Tomorrow comes.
The battle began. 3 phases for this one. Phase 1, she fought. Strong attacks, chroma projectiles. She taunts during the fight, tells someone how cruel their father was for using them like this. Between phases 1 and 2, she went down, then let out a sound that shook the peak. The ground trembled. Her giant climbed up the monolith. At this exact moment, Verso reveals a rock he had apparently been carrying, maybe since old Lumière, when he split from Maelle, or maybe he's just had it the whole time. The group climbs onto Esquie as the Paintress ascends into the hole in her giant's chest. Phase 2, mounted on Esquie, fighting the Paintress while she's amplified by the giant, which layered on shields and curse and burn and attacked with combinations that seemed designed to exhaust patience as much as health. The giant eventually fell. Esquie lands us back on the peak.
Is it over?
No, we're not done yet.
Phase 3, the Paintress on the ground. She doesn't attack. She heals the party while we attack her, like she just decided or accepted or run out of the will to fight back. When her health ran out a 3rd time, the battle was done.
Rest now. Things will be better soon.
remember. She's gone. She's gone.
It's done. You're free. You are all free.
Is this real?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Gustave's watching over us. Hey, come. Wanna plant it?
Though presumably, there'll be no one coming after, right?
It's symbolic.
Kidding, obviously, but Esquie did take them home, although on the flight, Sciel was the only one in any sort of mood even close to resembling something cheery. The rest kind of seemed either bummed that the adventure is ending, or like they've been hit with the realization that we just wiped out Verso's parents. Either way, back to Lumière, fireworks over the harbor, a crowd gathered at the docks, the party walks through the celebration like returning heroes because, well, that's exactly what they are. Lune found expeditioners to talk to, Sciel herded children away from Monoco, who had never been gawked out by a crowd of humans before. The harbor was loud and bright, and for the first time in their lives, the number on the Monolith was gone. Maelle did the responsible thing. Deliver the news about Gustave to his sister and the apprentices.
Because they want the full record when, how do I say this? When he comes back.
Brother, I tire of the conflicts and deceptions that plague our family and theirs. So, I entrust you with this letter. Whether you give it to her is up to you. I'm at peace with what's to come. When the time comes, I hope you will be too. Maelle, it's a strange feeling watching you with my brother, laughing and smiling, without the scars or the memories that afflict me. Alicia, as she was meant to be, not this painted version that I am. My family, a facsimile of yours, and this world, a mirror, painted by your mother, the Paintress, to stave off her grief. Seeing your expedition through would plunge us all into the abyss. For in ridding the world of the Paintress, you'd lose the sole force standing against the one who would erase us. The one who invokes the flowers of the Gommage. An act of love. For he does love her. Your father. On her monolith, she paints a warning for us all. Of the few she can save as her power wanes. We all wish for our families to thrive. Your family, however, believes only one can survive. But perhaps you'll find another way. You who have lived amongst us, perhaps you differ from your father and your sister, as I differ from mine. Your mother paints life, whilst your father, death. What will you paint?
Yeah, we're not done yet. The game has the dignity to show us where all of this came from. We're taken back to Monolith year 49, 16 years before the start of the game. A room in the manor, on fire, a man standing in the flames, turning around. Verso. He holds out his hand and says, "You're okay." Then blood appears on his face. But this is just a dream. Cut to Alicia waking up in her bed. Damaged face, missing an eye. Out her window, the Eiffel Tower, intact, standing straight. What? She sits on the edge of the bed and tries to speak. Nothing comes out. Someone named Clea calls from downstairs, and we're on our way. The manor is partially under construction due to a fire. The dining room holds what remains of the family's ordinary life. Musical instruments, a wall of family paintings, one of which is Alicia's, the only piece her mother deemed acceptable for display. Also, a dog bed by the fireplace with 2 dogs in it, named Monoco and Monoco the Third. This explains gesturals. Alright, heading into the atelier.
Finally. little shadow is awake.
The conversation covers ground quickly. Their parents, Aline and Renoir, are both lost inside the canvas, fighting each other. Stalemate. Renoir has Aline imprisoned at the top of her monolith. Aline has him trapped beneath it. Aline went into the canvas to grieve, and she failed her responsibilities as head of the Painters Council in the process. Clea has no interest in coddling her. Renoir went in after Aline, ostensibly to help her, but Clea believes he's wasting time trying to help someone who doesn't want it. She has, however, tipped the scales in Renoir's favor. She can't take Aline's chroma, but she can starve it, keep it from returning to her, and as Aline weakens, Renoir can erase her oldest creations. All of them except the painted family Aline made immortal. Those he can't touch. When Alicia basically asks to help, Clea is direct about what she thinks of that idea. Alicia is too weak. The writers used her once and they'll probably use her again. Clea loves and hates Verso for what he did, trading his life for Alicia's, and she can't promise to make the same choice. Then, almost as an afterthought, she gives Alicia something useful to do anyway. Enter the canvas and help Renoir get out. Clea needs him out of the canvas. She's dealing with this conflict with the writers alone and would rather not. She also adds, the only reason both parents are in there at all is because Alicia's naivety cost Verso his life. Well, that's a wound pointed at someone who's got plenty of wounds of her own. Alicia's thoughts are a small disaster of self-recrimination and genuine intent. She knows the painted Verso isn't her brother. She also seems to believe Clea is right about her faults in all of this. She wants to fix it, and also it'd be nice to speak again, without pain, to have the face she used to have. But that's not the reason she's doing it. She's clear on that.
If we bring Maman out of the canvas, she'll try to return. We must hide the canvas.
Well reasoned. And such a clever hiding spot you've chosen. She'll still find it, but I'm impressed. This only truly ends if you destroy the canvas. And that means stopping the final sliver of Verso's soul from painting. See? That wasn't so hard. Wait, that's Aline's chroma. Stay calm. Don't let it take control of you. Calm, Alicia, or it'll paint over you. What an auspicious start. Well, you're about to be reborn in this world as one of Aline's creations. Have fun. At least this will keep you out of trouble until I get back.
She's a girl. She's a girl. She's beautiful. What a lovely voice. My love, did you decide on a name?
Yes. Oh, my darling girl. We have precious little time together. You'll never know us. But I want you to know that you are loved. I want you to know You're not alone. You will always be the beautiful child I held in my arms. You will smile the brightest smile. You will cry iridescent tears. You will know love, and you will know pain. You will know loss all too well, because we live in an unforgiving world. But you are strong, and you will survive. You will struggle, and you will learn. You'll find people to call your own, and you will shine as their guiding light. For you will change the world, and the people around you. You'll forever be our princess. I have decided on her name. And her name will be Maelle.
Alright, so the bombs have dropped. Everything I thought was a metaphor just became literal. What the fuck? Let's try to piece this together. So the Dessenders are painters, people capable of creating living paintings that function as complete worlds with their own inhabitants, their own rules, their own internal history. The family portrait in the manor shows 5 of them. Renoir, the father, Aline, the mother, and their kids, Verso, Clea, and Alicia. The fire is where everything begins. A fire in the manor killed Verso. He died pulling Alicia out of it. Alicia survived with her eye gone, her face burned, her voice destroyed, or nearly so. Alicia's visible damage is there, but there's also invisible damage. Clea holds Alicia responsible for Verso's death. Based on how Aline depicted Alicia within the canvas, Aline seems to have arrived at the same conclusion. Put an asterisk on that thought though. Something about painted Alicia confused me in Act 3, but regardless, even Aline's depiction of Renoir holds the mentality that it's her fault, so my point still stands. Alicia lost her brother and came out of that loss with her mother and her sister's grief pointed directly at her. But Aline's a big topic too, or at least the source of a lot of big topics. After losing Verso, Aline descended into a canvas, specifically Verso's childhood canvas. Inside it, she built a city and she painted her family back into existence, made immortal. She built this world to grieve, to live in a version of reality where Verso was still alive, almost just to refuse the loss in the only way available to her. Let's start with her version of Renoir, the one who massacred Expedition 33 on the beach, who killed Gustave on the cliff, who stood in a field of golden flowers and told Verso he refused to lose his son. That was Aline's painted version of her husband, built from her memories of him. And what did he actually do? He protected his family. He told us the Paintress wasn't the enemy. He told Maelle she didn't understand what's at stake. He told us that accomplishing our goal would destroy the people he loved. Every word he said was true. A version of her husband whose entire existence was oriented around keeping their painted family together. The Paintress herself, the painted Alicia wearing her mask, and the painted Verso who joined our party. Anyone who threatened the Paintress threatened that family. Of course he intervened. He was doing exactly what he was supposed to do. Love them and protect them and not let go. And that's probably not far off from her true husband, but we'll get to him in the final stretch of the game. Let's move on to Verso. I'm not going to go too in-depth on him here. Basically, he's a painted recreation of Verso Dessendre, built from Aline's memories of her son, carrying his memories as his own. Whatever Verso wanted in life, this version of him, at least at this point in his existence, had one legible goal: get Aline out of the canvas. An interesting piece in Verso's history comes from Expedition 58's journal, which tells us that Verso and Renoir spent years working together, trying to kill the Axons, forge their hearts into a weapon, break the barrier themselves. It's what we just accomplished, but attempted decades earlier by painted father and son, together. At some point, that collaboration ended. Renoir called Verso out for choosing to walk away. They carry similar scars that they probably could heal but choose not to. Almost like a visual token that lets each other know exactly who they're looking at. The shape of that fallout is there, and there's definitely more to the story that I haven't found yet, but I get it. What we can say with confidence, Verso knew what would happen when the Paintress left the canvas. He understood what she was holding back, and he helped anyway, joined our party, guided us to the axons, watched the barrier fall, watched his mother dissolve in gold petals. The question at this point is why he still wanted her out. But I'm not going to answer that quite yet. I'll let you think about it and see if we came to the same conclusion. But this brings us to Painted Alicia, also painted from Aline's memory. At least, I think so. It could explain why she painted Alicia the way Alicia was. Face damaged, eye missing, voice gone. Whatever wholeness Aline was reaching for when she built this world, she couldn't bring herself or couldn't manage to give her daughter a different face than the one the fire left her. And don't forget, Aline's painted family was immortal, which sounds cool, but from Painted Alicia's perspective, I think you can put together how much of a curse that is. I'm not sure if the painted family initially knew what they were, but it feels like, at some point, they got filled in, either by Renoir or Clea. Regardless, Painted Alicia either knew or at some point learned that she exists in a canvas world, knowing she's a recreation, damage included. Painted Renoir had his love for his family. Verso had his, goal. Painted Alicia had a mask, a ledge to stand on, and eventually a view of a girl with the face that should have been hers and the voice that should have been hers.
Can you play another?
Sure. We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. Esquie, you ready?
Maelle, it's a strange feeling watching you with my brother, laughing and smiling, without the scars or the memories that afflict me. Alicia, as she was meant to be, not this painted version that I am.
Yeah, if that's not a torturous existence, I don't know what is. Alright, let's get back to the story. Maelle just watched everybody Gommage, and she didn't Gommage with everybody else. The non-red petals means she erased herself or left the canvas. She realized her Paintress abilities. Then we got the backstory of where she came from, born in a moment of panic and love, named by a mother who knew she'd never see her daughter grow up, handed to a world that would orphan her before she was old enough to understand why. A Dessendre daughter, absorbed into the canvas, reborn with a new childhood and a name that means chief and princess, and she had no idea. That changes now. Maelle re-enters the canvas, now with white hair, which I think is a symbol of somebody having painter abilities. She's wandering an empty and silent Lumière.
Alicia.
Actually, I prefer Maelle.
I think I do too. But I'm not really Verso, and you're not really Maelle, are you?
You're not Verso, no. You look and sound just like him, but you're you. I'm still Maelle, though. You should have helped me remember.
Yeah, I wanted to, but I
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. If I'd listened to Mama, if I hadn't trusted the writers, Verso would still be alive and you...
Wouldn't exist.
Wouldn't be caught in the middle. Mama did a terrible thing, painting you into Verso's canvas, giving you his memories, pretending the fire only took me. But I'm glad you exist.
Your father was right to erase everyone is better this way.
Better for who? Verso would never have wanted his canvas gone. He loved Esquie and his gestrels and grandis.
It was killing our mother. Staying here so long in a make-believe world with her make-believe family.
It's not make-believe. It's not. You're not to me. Papa's here. He'll help me fix Lumière.
Will he?
Maman painted a rather unflattering portrait of him. He's much warmer than the Renoir, you know.
I bet.
I was confused here at first. One of my first thoughts during this scene was whether Verso was recreated by Maelle, but no. Verso didn't Gommage. The Gommage was Renoir's doing, and Clea made it clear that his power couldn't affect Aline's painted family. So the Gommage left Verso in an empty world to ponder what's been done, as well as his existence. And you can tell where he's at, mentally. He's not in a good place. Let's go meet her actual father.
Alicia. You're safe. I thought I told you to stay home.
Technically, my body's at home.
Some of Eline's finest work. I regret that it caused you so much pain. What Aline did was unfair to you most of all. Please, accept the Dessendre family's apologies. I know it seems absurd to offer oblivion as recompense, but perhaps that's the outcome we both desire.
What?
I'm proud of you. Getting your mother out of the canvas was not easy. Once we erase the canvas, we won't have to worry anymore.
But she's home now. Why?
You know your mother. Verso painted this canvas. It contains a piece of his soul. She'll never willingly part with it.
No.
For the sake of the living, we must part with the dead.
No, Papa. See, I hid the canvas.
She will always find it. This is our only opportunity, while she's too sick from her prolonged descent into the canvas to return.
No. Papa. Papa, please. This is Verso's only canvas. You can't destroy the last piece of him that we have. This is my home now. You can't just decide...
Your home? After all that with your mother, you want to stay?
You know how little remains of my life outside.
Alicia, you'll die. You've already been here longer than you should.
But...
No. Look at me, I said no. I am not letting my daughter risk her life. Alicia.
I'm not, Mama. I'm not going to lose myself if I stay.
I know full well you will, and I am not doing this again.
No!
Well, That didn't go as planned. Classic messy family conversation. Renoir's position is simple and heartbreaking. The canvas is killing his wife, Aline. He watched Aline lose herself in it for 67 canvas years. He's not gonna watch Maelle do the same, so he's erasing it. And Maelle, who, in a single shockwave, lost everybody she cared about in Lumière, isn't exactly in the mood to be parented. So as the city starts to fill with destruction, Esquie drops in to give them a lift, but not before Verso nearly fades away. Luckily, Maelle has god powers now, so she forces him to continue existing. Oh, and I think she snagged some very important chroma. They head to camp, and Maelle's trying to fine-tune her Paintress abilities. Verso helps out. How? Well, remember what I said about white hair? Yeah, so I think he's at least dabbled in the arts of paintering, though I'm not too sure of the history and mechanics behind that. But with his help, she repaints Sciel and Lune back into existence. Now she has to explain the entire situation to two women who died and woke up in their empty world with a girl who now has white hair and is pretty much a demigod to them. Lune takes it about as well as you'd expect. She shoves Verso and calls him a coward. Verso doesn't really argue with that assessment. Sciel takes it slightly better, mostly because it means she might get Pierre back. Speaking of which, I think now's a good time to talk about Sciel's backstory, because we do get filled in, and it's a good one. I'll admit, it took a while for me to come around to Sciel's character, but I did. So her significant other, Pierre, died in an accident on an island, body washed away. They were supposed to have 5 more years, and then the ocean just took him. Sciel, who had spent her adult life farming and loving someone in a world designed to take everyone on a schedule, suddenly had to deal with an unscheduled loss. So she swam out into the ocean and didn't stop. She swam until she couldn't anymore. Her goal was the same one Gustave had when he thought he was alone in a cave of death. But she woke up the next morning on the docks in Lumière with no memory of how she got there. And it was Esquie, as it turns out, who heard her crying from somewhere out across the water.
So, was I swimming the first time we met?
Yes, you were. Before you stopped swimming in the middle of the ocean. That's dangerous.
It was you. You saved me. Back then. Wait, but how?
I heard your tears.
Come to think of it, Pierre is the French word for stone. So coming back to when we first meet Esquie, his riddles there now feel like he was testing the waters. Pun intended, I guess. Testing the waters to see how comfortable she is talking about it. You finally come to learn to swim. He pulled her out of the ocean. Does he really think she can't swim, or is he asking whether she's ready to stop being afraid of what the water represents, just in a way that would only make sense to her, if at all? You know, to keep the conversation comfortable without revealing the story that holds her darkest moments. It might not have completely clicked for Sciel, but it definitely struck a chord. A rolling stone gathers no moss. Sure, it's prefacing Esquie's need for his lost rocks, but maybe he's still trying to figure out where Sciel's comfort level is with the topic, while at the same time saying, okay, I'll drop it, let's move on. That's cool too. Men trip not on mountains, they stumble upon stones. A direct response to Sciel asking for clarity, almost certainly a play on the word. The drama unfolding at the mountain that is the Monolith isn't the cause for Sciel's loss. It was Pierre's accident. Sciel's lost stone. I fucking love this. It's the perfect reason. Of course Esquie saved her. Somebody who's lost their stone. Pierre. But to Esquie, the lost stone is symbolic of hope. It means the next adventure. Things shouldn't end when you've just lost your stone. I feel like that's very intentional writing. Even if it's just my own interpretation here, I applaud. Unfortunately, the hospital told her she'd been pregnant. She hadn't known. She'd lost the child. A daughter. Would have been 6. And at this point, she's not afraid to hide it. Her default expedition outfit, the one she's wearing when we first met her and when we first find her, it's not showing skin just to show skin. She's showing evidence of what she's lost. That scar on her stomach is there, loud and clear. And on top of that, Sciel spent years teaching Pierre's students at his school wearing the bracelets they made her, reinforcing the idea that she wears her scars proudly at this point. And she joined the expedition for her final year with one hand on her grief and a double-sided scythe in the other. That's what I call putting a lot of thought into a character design. Alright, what's the plan from here? Well, now that Maelle has Paintress abilities, she can kinda resurrect the dead. The expeditioners whose chroma stayed locked in their bodies after being killed by Nevrons rather than fading in the Gommage. Old chroma, impure but workable. So we get a montage of the group traveling the continent.
Clair Obscur, trouble, rature, Clair Obscur, guardé aux peintures. Clair Obscur, trouble de rature, courera et fait. Clair Obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair Obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera et fait. Clair Obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle.
Before the final confrontation, there are loose ends. I didn't do all of them, but out of what I did do, there's a couple worth noting. The Reacher, a third axon, turns out to basically be Painted Alicia's home. By that, I mean she's here, near the top, hanging out with the creature that Renoir created to represent his daughter. Visages was Verso, Sirene was Aline, this is Alicia.
Hello.
Alicia. Your letter.
L'une sans lui, l'autre auprès de lui.
She blames us, doesn't she?
Dans chaque toile,
You didn't deserve that.
The conversation is slow and happens mostly without words. What passes between them is clear enough. Alicia is done. She's been done for a while. She was never trying to be saved.
I guess this represents his hope for us. For me, then. Go. Claim your piece of sky. We both deserve to fly. Let me give you a new beginning.
Alicia.
Send me to my family.
Wait. Maelle!
See, the red petals here confused the shit out of me. To be fair, when Painted Renoir got erased, he also had red petals. Maelle had the curator with her, so that kinda makes sense. When the Paintress left the canvas, aka Aline, gold petals. So maybe it's saying something about the creator of that entity? Or maybe it's about what they are. Painted Renoir and Painted Alicia were creations, so erasing them means red petals? Whereas getting someone out of the canvas might mean the petals are based on something else? I'm not too sure here. The color of the petals means something, but it's a bit ambiguous. I might figure that out someday. I'm sure there's plenty of theories floating around about that. Anyways, Verso doesn't handle this gracefully. He's probably the last person who should be upset about someone choosing to stop existing, and yet he is. Because grief doesn't care about logic, and losing the rest of your family without saying goodbye is its own kind of catastrophe. Luckily, Esquie is there to soften the blow and take them to camp. They argue a bit. Maelle apologizes for not giving him a chance to say goodbye. Eventually, they find a way to coexist. On a lighter note, if you can call it that, Monoco finally brings Nogo back at the Sacred River. This requires fighting Golgra, who's furious because Monoco is cutting the queue again. It ends with Golgra pretending to have a leg day appointment so she doesn't have to admit she lost. Typical Gestrels. The Noco who comes back is slightly different. That's just how Gestral Rebirth works. Something is always lost in translation. Noco is no longer the little guy who goes on adventures in search of treasure to sell. All the memories of the adventures they did have are now lost to this version of Noco. Monoco grieves, but Noco's there, and that's a start. Let's head to Lumière.
Wait for us here. It's dangerous for you near Papa. will have to move fast. I can't maintain them for very long. Tomorrow comes.
Somebody's a Lord of the Rings fan, right? Undead army storming in for the final battle? That's awesome. The trek to Renoir is a tedious one, but I did notice a couple things. I didn't mention him at the beginning, but there was a guy in a trash can who was hiding from the Gommage because he just turned 33. He was hoping being hidden would prevent his Gommage. The guy hiding in the trash can did end up Gommaging, and the girl who made the Esquie statue did follow through and put Sophie's name on it. Details matter. Eventually, we get to Renoir.
Papa?
Alicia.
Please, I just want you to understand what this canvas means to me.
I do understand. I know how powerful and intoxicating it is. How deeply attached we can become to the worlds we pour our hearts and souls into. I was enthralled, and it nearly killed me.
It doesn't mean you have to erase Verso's canvas.
Child, do you think I want to? After all the sorrows we've endured, do you really think that I want to destroy this last piece of his soul?
Then don't.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices. We do what we must.
Grief often blinds us, and we make choices we can never take back.
You grieve for two.
I grieve for many.
The choices of parents leave indelible marks upon their children. But ultimately, the voices in their head have to be their own. You cannot set the boundaries of their life for them.
After the fire, you wanted me to find new joy in life. And I tried. But I couldn't. Verso died because of me. How do I get from that to joy?
Child, it will get better, I promise you. But this is not the way. Your friends speak truth. And it changes nothing. You can hate me. But that's a choice I must make. As your father, I must look out for you. Especially when you can't look out for yourself.
You treat me as if I'm still 5.
I treat you as if the shadow from the worst day of our lives is going to suffocate you and take you from us too! Enough. I said, enough.
Renoir, now forced into a genuine fight for the canvas, transforms back into the curator and goes absolutely feral. He's summoning axons, he's fully healing through Sirene. It's almost like he's become someone so consumed by grief and love that he can't see the harm he's doing. Come to think of it, that's just like Maelle. Aline, broken, barely holding herself together from her long descent into the canvas, summons the giant Paintress anyway and starts fighting Sirene on Maelle's behalf. Renoir is stunned. He's been trying to save her this whole time. He's been erasing the canvas for her, and here she is burning through whatever she has left to help their daughter save the canvas. It doesn't resolve neatly. Nothing in this family really does. But Maelle gets through. She brings Renoir to the ground, and instead of finishing it with a weapon, she just talks to him. Like, really talks.
Was the one who saved me when I lost myself in a canvas. She taught me how to safely use our gift. How to soar without flying too close to the sun. We painted hundreds of canvas worlds, pushing the very boundaries of creation. And she never let me forget that every day we spent here has a price. Yet, here we are now.
So trust her. If she's doing this, then...
I trust what she taught me. This is not a game. You think you know what's at stake, but you don't.
I know precisely what's at stake. You want control. You want to feel like you're doing something. You couldn't save Verso, so you want to save us. Except you're not. Destroying the canvas won't help us move on. It'll just deny us the one place that helped us feel again.
67 years. 67 years I spent trapped within the Monolith. But I persisted. Do you know why? Do you know why I cannot leave her or you behind? This is what I see every day. I cannot spend another day with living corpses. Since the fire, our family has crumbled. Aline in the canvas. Clea fighting her solitary war. You, a living ghost. Verso's death broke us. Want it to be fixed. I need it to be fixed. I cannot lose you too.
Don't you see? That's how I feel about them. I can't lose them either. I've lost too much. Papa, see? I've lost so much.
We both lost so much.
Papa, I don't want to lose you either. I'm not leaving you forever. Just a little longer.
I want to trust you, but...
You can.
Keep the light on for you. I hope you find peace. Hold on to each other.
So she understands why he's doing this. She can't lose him either. She's not leaving forever. Just a little longer. And Renoir, this man who's spent decades as an unkillable force of grief and destruction, decides to move on. Fades into red petals. Of course they're red. There's no other color they could be. He left the canvas on his own terms, and I don't think he plans on ever coming back. So I don't see this helping any theory I can come up with about the petals. At least not yet. Bummer.
Verso!
I'm sorry.
Verso jumps through the portal, which turns out to be a space between the canvas and the outside world. It's a liminal void, and sitting in the middle of it is the young boy, a fragment of Verso's actual soul, the part that's been keeping the whole canvas alive, still painting because, well, when Verso was young, he actually loved this place.
You're tired of painting, aren't you? I'm tired too.
That's... You shouldn't be able to be here.
Maman's gift.
Why did you run in? It's dangerous for you here.
See things as they are, not how you want them to be.
What?
You lied to your father.
No.
He saw it too. But he wanted to believe. You're going to die here. Why don't you just leave? You can always come back.
The moment I leave, Papa will erase this canvas.
This is not worth your life.
What life? My life of loneliness in a shell of a body, with no voice and no future.
You're Maelle. No matter where you are, you don't need this canvas.
But everything I want is here. Here I have a chance to live, Verso, to live. Out there I merely exist.
Life keeps forcing cruel choices.
Stop quoting Papa!
It's time to stop painting.
Verso! Papa also said, hold on to each other.
Old friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping
I'm sorry.
out colors. But it's time to say goodbye until next life.
And here is where the game asks you to choose. The young boy is tired. The canvas is consuming Maelle. Verso wants to take the boy's hand and let it all end. The canvas, the grief cycle, the whole machinery of the Dessendre family's pain. Maelle wants him to stop, but you have to choose a side. Let's recap what we know about Maelle. Alicia Dessendre is the youngest child of a family of painters. She was caught in a fire, cause still unknown, maybe always unknown, and her brother Verso died pulling her out of it. The fire took her face, her voice, and the right side of her vision. It took the one person in her family who wrote her silly songs, and then, because the universe apparently wasn't finished, it handed her the blame. Clea says it plainly. Alicia's naivety cost Verso his life. The writers, whoever they are, whatever this conflict is, used Alicia against her own family. She was a weapon someone else picked up and aimed, and the person who paid for that was Verso. Their mother's position is communicated without words, which makes it somehow worse. She enters the canvas to grieve her son. She paints a copy of Alicia as the masked girl. She gives this painted Alicia no way to speak. She doesn't give her a new life inside the canvas the way she does for Verso. She keeps Alicia exactly as the fire left her, preserved in permanent accusation. Whether that's grief, punishment, or some tangled combination of both that Aline herself couldn't untangle, you can decide. But the effect is the same. Painted Alicia is a token of some sort, a reminder of what happened. Now, her sister made her position clear. Alicia is too weak to be useful, too naive to be trusted. Clea loves Alicia, probably, but also believes she's a liability. If it wasn't for Alicia, Verso wouldn't have sacrificed himself for her. On the other side of the spectrum, there's Renoir. He loves Alicia, that much is clear, even though the game treats him as a villain. Renoir's love for Alicia is the warmest and most straightforward thing in this entire story. But his love has the same shape as his grief. It's suffocating, protective, unable to tolerate the risk of losing her too. He looks at Alicia and sees the worst day of their lives. He calls her a living ghost, and he can't stop trying to fix her. This is the life Alicia is supposed to go back to. No voice, a family that either blames her, pities her, or can't look at her without flinching, a war she was used as a weapon in and still doesn't fully understand, and the belief that her brother died because of her naivety. Now, here's the canvas. Inside, she has a voice. She has a face nobody looks at with sorrow. She grew up in the orphanages of Lumière, bounced around families, eventually found a home with Gustave and Emma, and built herself a life, albeit not a comfy one, out of the pieces she could find. She knows grief intimately. She's been losing family since before she could form memories of them. but it's her grief in her body with her choices. She fought her way onto an expedition when she was nowhere near old enough to qualify. She learned to fight, to throw rocks at impossible targets, to sit with loss long enough that it became something she could carry rather than something that carried her. She made friends. She lost a brother she loved. She faced an immortal man with a cane and kept getting back up. And somewhere along the way, she discovered she's a paintress. She can reshape reality. She can paint people back into existence. She can absorb the essence of chroma with her hand. The canvas gave her herself. Alicia says it outright. The canvas is where she has a chance to live. Out there, she merely exists. That's pretty much the bulk of her argument, and the fact that she has a history there. There's also a part of this that's really interesting. This applies to Maelle, but I ask you to put her aside for a moment because this can apply to anyone who's ever opened a book, or lost themselves in a show, or loaded up a game and let it take them somewhere else for a few hours. The canvas is a world inside a painting. You enter it. It absorbs you. It makes you feel things that are real. Grief, joy, love, loss, even though the people and places aren't technically real. The risk is addiction. Aline nearly died in it. Renoir spent 67 canvas years trapped inside the monolith because of the canvas's pull on his family. Clea actively sabotaged Aline's ability to stay in it because she watched what it did to her mother. But here's the thing. The canvas gave Maelle a childhood. It gave her friends she would die for. It gave her a brother who kept throwing rocks at an impossible target until he fell. Are her experiences diminished just because they happened inside a canvas? Maelle felt them. The love was real. The grief was real. The growth was real. For her, it's home in a way that no place outside will ever be. The question the game is asking is whether all of that matters. Maelle's answer is very clearly yes. But none of this is free. The canvas can consume her.
You know how little remains of my life outside.
Alicia, you'll die.
But in classic teenager logic, Maelle waves this off. She's not like Aline. She won't lose herself. I'm sure most of us have had that rebellious teenage moment where you desperately need that sense of independence. And maybe she's right. A part of her grew up here. She truly loves the canvas for what it is, even though that life was also tough and conflicting. That might make her more resilient to that painter sickness, or it might not. The canvas doesn't really care about your intentions. There's also Verso. Sure, he's a copy built from Aline's memories. He knows it, and he's tired. The fragment of Verso's soul that's been keeping this world alive is also tired. I don't think he's tired of painting specifically. I think he's tired of watching his world get destroyed. This is the soul of a child. This place was meant for endless adventures, and suddenly it became tainted with grief. Oddly, this reminds me of dead Minecraft servers. I don't play Minecraft, but I have gone down the rabbit hole of dead servers and dead video games. Entirely crafted worlds where people met each other and had adventures. They made memories. Many recorded those memories in books and signs, and eventually the people disappeared, stopped logging on, and at some point, a lot of these servers just shut down. Planned or unplanned, doesn't matter. Point is, it's just like at some point, Verso stopped going into this canvas, and we're sitting here having to decide whether to shut the server down now, or just let it go until it shuts itself down. Maybe someone will come in and make new memories here. Is that worth keeping it? Back to Verso. If it hasn't connected for you by now, let me put it bluntly. He's doing exactly what Verso Dessendre would have done for who he understands is his family. It's the same thing Verso Dessendre did for his sister in the Manor's fire. He's sacrificing himself to let his family live. I ended up choosing Verso, not because I thought either of the choices were more right or more wrong, just because I also needed a break from this game to help digest what I've been playing. So that seemed like the more fitting choice for me at the time. So I fought Maelle, two people who love each other having the worst argument of their lives with swords. Maelle suggests going home to talk it out, proving how far she's drifted from reality. But of course, at some point, the fight must end.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, huh? You've got this incredible power to paint. You'll never have to suffer a life you don't want. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I will miss you guys. It's okay. It's over. Verso.
Miroir du temps, nos histoires s'alignent dans le creux de nos mains. Deux mondes se dessinent, l'un peint de rêve où le chagrin s'efface. L'autre nu et réel, où notre deuil prend place. vierge, horizon lointain, peignons ensemble les couleurs de demain, au clair obscur, œuvres infinies. Chaque pas trace la route d'une vie. Au lendemain non écrit, sous les étoiles où tout commence, rien ne finit. Dans le dessin.
What do I think this all meant? It was grief. Just grief, front to back. A world full of people dying in yearly increments because a grieving woman's power was the only thing standing between them and a grieving man who would erase them all. A mother who couldn't let go of her dead son. A father who couldn't let go of his family. A daughter who experienced 2 lives full of loss and is mentally exhausted from dealing with that. The Dessendre family's cycle of grief turned a wonderland of adventure into a prison. What did I say about the drunk guy in Lumière? Sometimes, grief just makes people drunk and unable to look at the ones they love because the ones they love are the clearest evidence of what they've lost. Thanks for watching.